Hello, hello. What is up, everyone? Welcome to the stream. I guess we live in a world where Silent Hill is relevant again. How's it going? Hello, Nobrook. You're watching the showcase right now? I watched the live. Layers of Fear is a unique immersive game experience in which every decision affects the narrative. As in life, it is the doors you open, memories you take with you, and the shadows you explore that will define who you are. It may be our game, but it is your journey. Huh? Interesting. You ever played this, Notebook? Did you like it? Pretty good. And Bob. Definitely no. Field of View, we'll see. But good that it's adjustable. So Bloober Team made this, and they're making Silent Hill 2 remake. For some reason. As everyone knows, I'm not very much into remakes.
I know how you must feel. Lost. Alone. Hopeless. You probably deserve it. But even for you, there is still a way. A way to bring it all back. The one precious thing you ever truly desired. Finish it.
Every portrait that is painted with feeling, the portrait of the artist. Huh? Enjoyed all Bloober Team games. I'm in a wait and see approach. I like the Observer. Throw is less than enthusiastic about Bloober. I believe he really disliked the medium. He really disliked the medium. Yeah. Apparently, stealth was awful. Stealth wasn't very good in the Observer, but it didn't get to annoying points to me, I think. As far as I remember. We'll see. I think Silent Hill 2, first of all, I don't like remakes. I just would rather play the old game remastered. And I'd rather they did a new thing. But Silent Hill 2 is a very complex game where it's a very creator-focused game, I think, with many subtexts and reading between the lines, and having that be done by someone else, like redone. I don't know. Do I need to do this? I already hate it. Why can't I just press a button to open a door? Actually, a big fan of remakes of 20-plus-year-old games. Resident Evil 2 and 3 games. Yeah, I just rather would play the originals. The originals were available, like right now. I'd rather play those. Revive franchises. Resident Evil was revived with 7. That's the thing. At least they made a new game that is legit amazing. Maybe the scariest game of the franchise? The artist's triumph gallery opening wows critics. Some call him the new Caravaggio, others compare him to Van Eyck. And one awestruck critic who wished to remain unnamed went as far as to invoke the spirit of the great Leonardo. Anyway, you slice it, the exhibition proved an immense success. Distinct style is praised for its innovation of Renaissance influences and more progressive techniques. The artist himself attended the event in the company of his beautiful fiancée. Standing in a black gown, Neil was exclusively expecting. Telltale needed a push, so that's why they're announcing so many projects. They're putting it out there. Yeah, I mean, they let it die, now they run it into the ground, sure. I wonder what that co-op business is, cause that just sounds like shenanigans. Obviously, the movie, we already know it's going to be awful. It's by the person who made 1 and 2. It's going to suck. As the other ones did. He clearly, like, those movies look like they nail Silent Hill visually. Because they kinda do. And yet, they are the perfect example of why understanding the story is very important when you're remaking the story. Which those movies do, they're remaking the games in movie form. Like, not even Resident Evil 2 Remake understands Resident Evil 2's story. How can I expect the Silent Hill 2 Remake to fulfill that? Dear sir, we would like to ask you to cease bothering our pest control specialists, as well as refrain from sending us any more of your highly inappropriate letters. I'll have you know that my mother is a respectable woman and does not take kindly to such accusations, lols. All our employees that visited your house reported absolutely no signs of a rodent infestation of any kind, and as such decided not to act further than a prophylactic spraying. Please treat this letter as a final warning, or else the next envelope you'll receive will be from our lawyers. Best regards, Carl Denton. Pesky Pest Specification. Yeah. Somehow people seem to like the first movie. I would urge anyone who likes the first movie to watch it again. Because it seems fine, and then it's like, what the fuck? Popkel? Actually watched both movies recently. They are on TV, so I watched them. I'm so sorry. Oh. 48 months of craft decisions. Hell yeah. How's it going, Echo? Thanks for the resub. Cool looking survival horror game like OG Resident Evil. Named Them and Us. Have you played it? No. I know like Daymare 1998. I don't know if you know that. Can I crouch? My sub is up in 6 days and the resub is off kilter. GG Twitch. Seems normal to me. Daymare looked weird. How so? Weird how? Sorry, I didn't touch the workshop just like you asked, although I can't imagine the mess that's inside. Also, if you care so much for that room, maybe you should pay more attention to where you leave the keys. I brought them back to your office. Have a nice day. Both third and first person, clunky controls. Yeah. Actually, the Cyberpunk mod that is third person and then first person combat looks good. So it's just execution. Resident Evil stream tomorrow, but that's Resident Evil 4 remake. I mean, yeah, I maintain that Resident Evil 4 is not that good, so maybe the remake will be. And Village DLC. Oh, trophies are out for that. So it's gotta be coming soon. It's out. Figured you'd be up all night, so I made you a little treat. You know, I bet even Rembrandt occasionally took time off from being brilliant and shoved his head off like the rest of us common folk. I know. Gasp. In other words, get some sleep, big dummy. I love you. I know. Can I not crouch? Can always people play too much PT. Also no. They kept a broken bottle? I don't even remember what stuff I have to play. I think it's only science. I might do spooky stuff until the rest of the month. As you know, Halloween. Paint: roses doré, burnt umber, sienna, brushes 25, air fresheners 50 packs, apples 10 kilos, booze 30. October is for spooky shit. Yep. Like a vampire. What's better for not getting sick? White or not? I'm a vampire? 2 vampire games in a row. Baloney prosthesis. How the hell did they fuck up the length? Oh. Cover that shit. This is a game. You ever played this? Rat Poison. Contains them too? My god. Echo. How blown away by the fact that that rat poison contains Zen2 are you? Seen people play through it? Did you enjoy the playthrough? Fun to watch people go through? Was that supposed to be scary? Not nearly like... It's a Plague Tale. Little Vinny and Partners. Got a rat problem. Call us now and forget about it. Fast, efficient, and discreet. So the Mafia went legit and now hunts pests? Silence is violence. Something like that. I think we're supposed to go to the... Wouldn't the mouse traps be better here? Is this my best walking speed? This is from that brand of horror games that are just kind of horror. Or are there only light switches for the lights that are off? Okay, game. Been working all night, don't wake me up.
stumbling here and there, stumbling everywhere, and I must declare, I stepped right on a toe.
How goes it, Melty? Hyped for all those new Silent Hills? New Fates music. A night at the opera becomes a night to remember. Might not be a household name yet, but just give her time. The incredibly talented multi-instrumentalist gave an astounding performance last night, winning over even the most ardent naysayers. She was simply astounding. That's astounding twice in the same paragraph. I haven't seen such passion, energy, and skill in years, stated the famed pianist Daniel Richter. He was not alone in his praise. It seems that even Anthony Giles, one of harshest critics, has finally seen the light. Giles had previously made disparaging comment about the artist, stating that there's more to performing music than enthusiasm and a pretty face. When asked if, after witnessing last night's performance, he regrets these words, Mr. Gill gave us a look that can only be described as a mixture of awe and embarrassment. Pressed for an answer, he simply said, yes, we caught up with these steps. Konami did nothing wrong. Yes. Defend the corporations. I was watching that transmission and thinking to myself, what have these people been doing? This director for Silent Hill, like, is this a new hire? Because this person might have just been playing pachinko on his work day. Galactic's grand opening in flames. Oh no. Disastrous fire at the new department store leaves dozens fighting for their lives. The long-awaited opening of the Galactic department store turned into hell on Earth when the building's wiring burst into flames. While the majority of the visitors managed to reach the emergency exits in time, several unfortunate attendees were trapped in the back of the building, having no chance to escape the raging inferno. The exact number of casualties has not yet been determined, although it is estimated that at least a dozen people have been severely injured. The owner of the Galactic, Ronald Sheffield, has so far declined to comment on today's tragic events. How would you comment on today's tragic events? Well, they were tragic. Is that a chamber pot? Oh man, I need to get me one of those. Sorry, couldn't sleep. The leg's been acting up again. Figured I might as well do some work. Love you. That's a lot of drinking. Is that the world famous Melty AI? Why, yes. Yes, it is. Oh my god. The beam on the scoreboard was a ghost. How's it going, Erics? Not the food coma most likely, are we? We're good. Checking out this game. This is Bloopers doing Silent Hill 2 remake. How many layers deep are we? None. None so far. True story behind the picture of Dorian Gray. Was it true all along? Probably not. An astounding investigation by Professor Alistair R. Malmax from the Miskatonic University uncovers the secrets of this magnificent work by one of the all-time greatest writers, Oscar Wilde. Was Dorian Gray real? Did he have an insight into this esoteric? Is the novel filled with cryptic clues for the initiated? Read to find out. Yeah, as far as Silent Hills, I'm most excited for the Annapurna one. I think that one is likely going to be good. The other stuff? The fuck is this? What a cute baby. Is it? Like the CGI one looks like the CGI trailer looks interesting, sure. But if it's from the developers of Re:Verse, it's like what? I haven't said this yet, but after finishing Final Fantasy VII Remake DLC, I forgot to say fuck no more and Final Fantasy VII sequel reboot. What? Why? I loved it. Well, I guess they underused Nero. My dear friend, let me ask you one simple question. Have you completely lost your goddamn mind? You bought a remake? Right? Or a sequel? You bought a video game. Sir, if they told you it was a sequel, the ending was extremely clear, sir. Extremely clear. I don't know what you're talking about, because there was no new information in the DLC. You bought Final Fantasy VII Remake. At the end of Final Fantasy VII Remake, Final Fantasy VII had been remade. So the title is extremely correct. You just thought it was something, and it wasn't. Can't wait for a buddy cop movie with Cloud and Cloud. Yes. The ending of not DLC could have different meanings. It really couldn't. It was clear as day. It was the exact same cutscene as the ending of Crisis Core, but different. seeing Zack going to Midgard with Cloud could mean Cloud was going to Midgard having a piece of Zack inside him. What? No! No! What? He was carrying him. He was carrying Cloud. The only doubt in my mind was, and still is the sequel going to have two timelines and we're playing as Zack and fucked up Cloud 5 years ago? And the present timeline, or is Zack going to show up alive in the current timeline? That's my only question. I know we're not fighting. I just think that interpretation makes no sense because he always had a piece of Zack inside him, so that's what was already there. That's the normal canon. Isn't Zack time traveling in the end of the DLC because it looked like it? That's what we don't know. I think that's what we don't know. But I would like to see Zack. The two timelines would be interesting. I think so too. I think so too. Because otherwise you have two Clouds. And that's gonna be fucked up. Yeah, just Google Rule 34 Zack Fair. I know you're going through some hard times right now, I really do. That's why I agreed to let you do those illustrations in the first place, for old time's sake. I even deliberately gave you a trivial task because I expected Little Red Riding Hood to be something you can draw in your sleep. What I didn't expect is to get this demented nightmare fuel you submitted for a kid's bedtime story. There's no way in hell I'm using this, and I already regret agreeing to a payment in advance. Please, get your shit together. Your old pal, Liam Brickstone. Whispertail Polishing House. I love the remake. I will change everything that everyone that should die will be alive because of fan service. I don't know. I totally understand, you know? There's no happy ending, there's no definitive ending to Final Fantasy VII, because what happened what's the last thing that happens in Final Fantasy VII canonical original timeline? Is Dirge of Cerberus, right? That's the final piece of content we have. And that's just a Vincent story. Everyone else is good, sure, but and you're kind of tying Dirge of Cerberus up with Vincent, making sure he's fine too, I guess. But it's like an epilogue with people that don't matter, with like Nero the Sable, who you just met, I guess, in the DLC. But at the end, yeah, exactly. At the end of Dirge of Cerberus, Final Fantasy IX does not need a remake or a remaster or a sequel. It's perfect. At the end of Dirge of Cerberus, Genesis comes back to life. Genesis, the villain of Crisis Core. And you're stuck on that. Like, clearly they meant to have at least one more thing, and it never happened. And that's it. So, and I also understand on another point is if someone has created a game, do they really have a creative drive to make that game again? I don't think so. Because they already did it, right? So when you start to think of remaking Final Fantasy VII, I think that it's actually pretty ingenious that they thought, wait, what if we remade Final Fantasy VII, not the game? The game that everyone loves is set in stone forever. No one will ever touch it. And we're gonna do something else. We're gonna debate people, but it'll be glorious. And they did, and we don't know what's coming next, but the first game is perfect. Everyone loves the game forever. Let's fucking stir and make people hate it. No, that's the thing. If they were just making the same thing again, you could criticize them for fucking up this, fucking up that, not making sense here or there. They're making a new thing. They're making a sequel. And you don't know about it. That is ingenious as fuck. That's the second biggest debate since Raiden in Metal Gear Solid 2. That's bait? And lies? Come on, man. If they told you what it was, you would have not been surprised. I'm of the mind of not watch, like, it's like watching a Marvel trailer and you've already seen all of the movie. For you it was not a good surprise? Oh, at least you were surprised. I understand expectations are a bitch. But I wasn't expecting it, and I fucking love it. Cause it's what I always say. Like, I've said this, I started this stream saying to Nobruk, like, I don't really like remakes. Cause I like the original, if I like an original game, if I like a game, that's it. I like that game. I don't need it to be remade. I need it to be ported up to a current console so I can still play it decently, obviously. But if I want to play Final Fantasy VII, I fucking go here and play Final Fantasy VII Remastered. It's right here. I don't need this to be the same experience again, but prettier. Right? I don't want the same experience again, but prettier. I want a new game. And this is a new game. And how can companies charge you $80 for a game? Just put a new coat of paint on it, and accessibility, and remove the multiplayer, and you're good. Imagine having Endwalker, not playing it. It's just the Endwalker logo, I don't have it. But see, Wild Arms. I want to play Wild Arms. This is perfect. It's the PS1 game on PS5. I don't need it to be remade. I don't care about it being remade. I want to play Wild Arms. Imagine not upgrading Final Fantasy XIV to PS5 edition. Shh. Only when it's platinum. I don't want a patch for Bloodborne to play on PS5. It does play on a PS5. What you want is a 60 FPS patch, yeah. A remake. They can do that, or with a remaster. Or a patch. I definitely think Bloodborne should not be remade. The game is perfect. Just make a patch. Pay Lance McDonald and use his patch. I don't fucking care. They're never gonna pay Lance because he exposes their shit. Everything is tied to the FPS. How is that one guy doing with his 60 FPS patch? How is that one guy doing? It's out. Every streamer out there is playing it. And doing speedruns on it, and doing everything on it. Keep it so the PC dorks can never get it. Oof. I think they should remaster. But definitely don't remake. But then again, I'm never in favor of a remake. The only I think the only games that need remakes are the bad ones. When the game promised something and it didn't deliver, like Resident Evil 4 and Final Fantasy 15, those need remakes. Only for a year? What? I mean, Silent Hill 2 is the only Silent Hill, classic Silent Hill, that released on Xbox, isn't it? The Born from a Wish version? That's not what it's called. Inner Fears. Silent Hill 2 Inner Fears, which included the Born from a Wish DLCs. DLC? The extra campaign? Oh, fun. But Silent Hill 1, 2, without any extra shit, the original 2, and 3 are all exclusive to PlayStation. You want to replay the room now? Don't do it. Yeah, who cares about putting games on Xbox? You're not gonna sell any. Actually, they showed their sales revenue, and surprisingly, there's still a lot of game sales. I was very surprised. People don't like renting games. I would think that on Xbox, that's the culture that's being simulated. Which is in a way normal. If you pay for Game Pass at all, you're gonna start to feel a little ripped off when something you paid for is now free over there. It's like that feeling of buying a PlayStation game and then it's free on Plus the next month. But that's kind of a lottery, and it's just 2. So it's not happening that often. Yeah, you just pay for both things at the same time. Lost. You deserve it. Finish it. How do I finish? But yeah, I think the culture is going towards not owning things. Even, like, everywhere. It's not just video games. When's the last time you bought a DVD? When's the last time you bought a CD? Right? You just listen to things on YouTube or on Spotify. You watch things on Netflix. 1 week ago, been streaming stuff since like 2008, Emily. Yeah. I'm a physical shit nerd. I just bought Alan Wake and Nier, but it's different. Most people are going into a digital only, not owning shit. This is all going away. No one values this because people move houses, and imagine me moving and having to take this shit with me. Imagine the number of boxes. Culture is going to not owning things since people have Xboxes and Game Pass nowadays because they can't own a PS5 since either it's sold out or double price. Yeah, I don't know if you saw Metal, but Sony's latest report, they said they expect to have as many consoles on the market next year as they've had since it launched. That's changed. Hey Ruben, how are you? Everything is on the internet multiple times, I'll leave it at that. Yeah. Glad I have the 3rd season of The Simpsons on DVD. I can watch the Michael Jackson episode now. Why? Is that removed from streaming services? It's still on YouTube for sure. And like other websites, like I'm sure you can find it on the internet anyway. Dude, I've watched. It's the one episode not there. Yeah, I've watched Japanese commercials where it's like traffic safety Goku and Aral from Dragon Ball and Dr. Slump, the original Dragon Ball, and Dr. Slump, like lowest of the low quality TV rip, but everything is online. Like owning things is going away, really, and it sucks in some ways because preservation is going down the drain. And if you don't preserve art, can you really call it art? If it's discardable, which is what it makes it feel like everything is discardable. And if it is, I don't think you should be calling it art. How can you preserve art if you let 2 teen girls throw tomato sauce at famous paintings? You let, or it happens? and you didn't control it. Because I don't know what you're talking about. I know the guy that tried to throw a pie at the Mona Lisa. But it was protected. Van Gogh painting a few days ago. Oh, I must have missed that. I have no idea. Need to reinstitute ass beating in kids again. These little shits are getting away with too much. Yeah. They were protesting global warming. Yeah. I mean, it is fair because we all know Van Gogh paintings are some of the worst pollution. Come on. Yeah, some people are just idiots. But like vandalism is not. Vandalism is not. It doesn't have anything to do with what we're saying, right? Because those paintings were in a museum trying to be preserved. Just some people are assholes. That's always going to happen. But if you make art like say Resident Evil 2 and 3, but you replace them by remaking them and not making the originals available anymore, you just threw that away. That kind of art is gone. Which is also why, like, it irks me that Silent Hill 2 Remake is called just Silent Hill 2. Call it a remake. Same with the Resident Evil ones. I'm very surprised, actually, Resident Evil 1 is available on the PlayStation Classics thing now. I actually played through all of it by myself outside of the stream. Slightly more Silent Hill. Silent Hill. Dear sir and madam, we must kindly, albeit strongly, urge you to keep your voices down during the night. Your marital problems, while regrettable, are a private matter and should remain that way. They are certainly of no concern to us and especially our children. Please consider that not everyone is a freelance artist. Some of us have to get up early and work for a living. We need our sleep. We must also warn you that if things continue the way they are now, we will be forced to call the police. Sincerely, your very tired neighbors. I don't really like South Park or Simpsons. I don't like Western adult cartoons. Also, Silent Hill F. What a name. I thought it was. It's one of those games that makes the names make complete sense in Japan, but then you're like, maybe we should explain why it's called F. Because F is Fukat, which is revival. But no one in the West knows that. Uncharted released today on PC. Crash 4 released 2 days ago, but I want Persona 5 releasing on 21st. Why so many games release at the same time? I mean, all of those you could have played already. On Epic. Except Uncharted. the fact that God of War is basically here makes my pants tight. Yeah. Uncharted is on Epic? Didn't it launch at the same time as Steam? Yeah, could also have played them on PS4. Yeah, that's true. Epic and PS4. So many ways to play it before them all releasing at the same time. Sony games release at the same time on Epic and Steam? Yeah. But see, that's another one. Bring shit forward. Why are you putting Uncharted 4 on PC? Half of Uncharted 4's value is when it tugs at your heartstrings from playing the other games. Because it really does. Sure, it's a fun action game, but it means so much more. If you're gonna put things on PC, don't do it half-hassedly. Get P5R on Switch. But if you ever beat Persona 5 Royal on Switch, your Switch is going to be fucked up. Save the date of Request a Pleasure of your company to celebrate their wedding on Saturday, 9th of June at St. Luke's Chapel, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It's not that intense. It runs Plumber Man and Sword Guy. I don't mean intense like that. I mean the analogs are gonna be fucked because you played that system for longer than it can handle. You think a Switch is made to be on for more than 150 hours? Oh, well, can't argue with that. I sold my Switch because it felt like a toy. You know why it felt like a toy? Because it is. $4.85. Are we sure this is a horror game? The past holds back. Look closer.
The thought alone that the most beautiful piece of art doesn't have my name on it is killing me. So, will you marry me?
Didn't I find a ring that is exactly like this? I did, in the bedroom. You want the full horror experience? Turn off the lights? Never forget. I don't know. It's feeling like Gone Home, which tried to scare the shit out of me, but it was definitely not a horror game. Konami's remaking Silent Hill 2. I mean, Konami's doing nothing, they're just publishing. You've been snooping around my workshop again! For the last time, you are not allowed in that room, even if the door happens to be open. I forbid it. This is your last warning. Next time, you'll have to look for a new job. Someone wrote that with a beautiful handwriting. Silent Hill 2 is being remade by Bluebird Team, who made this game, and The Medium, and Observer, and... and there are 3 new Silent Hill games made by other people. One from the makers of REverse, the multiplayer game, which blows my mind. One made by the makers of Untold Stories, published by Annapurna, which seems very promising. The idea seems very promising. We'll see. Because the REverse game, which is Silent Hill F, looked like they showed a CG trailer, which does promise a lot, but it does look more like Siren than Silent Hill. And they teased something that we don't even understand what it is, because they said it's a series. It's about being scared with your friends. It's produced by J.J. Abrams, but it's a game. But it's like there's no resets. It's continuous. I don't know. I have no idea what that is. They didn't explain it properly at all. That's like... They talked so much about it, and I have no idea what it is. It's going to be goofy as fuck. I thought it was going to be something like Dead by Daylight, but then they were like, no, this is like your chance to be part of Silent Hill canon, but scared with your friends. Hello? When Dead Space 3, Resident Evil 5, when was the last time you were scared with your friends? When? Tell me one example of a scary horror game with friends. Phasmophobia? No. Have you seen Phasmophobia? It's not scary. Jump scares is not the same as being scary. There's no light switch? Everyone in Phasmophobia is always like laughing. This seems perfectly realistic. Not less trials for that co-op horror. Feel free to convince me otherwise, but co-op... Oh, okay. Co-op is not horror. Oh, man. I need to clean my glasses. Have you ever had you as a teammate, David? The only thing that's scary about me as a teammate is you're wondering if I'm gonna shoot you in the back. In reality, you shouldn't be wondering. You should wonder when I'm gonna shoot you. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if Konami has been doing these remasters, the later remasters internally or not. But the Castlevania collection, both Castlevania collections and the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle collections are extremely good. Extremely well done. They're exactly how games should be remastered. With manuals, with game cover, with all of this. Amazing shit, soundtracks. Yeah, that's a long time ago, Human. I'm talking about the Castlevania collection, the Castlevania Advance collection, and the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles collection. Those 3 collections, which are the last 3 games Konami has put out, are extremely well done, extremely well remastered, complete packages. I would struggle to find anyone who could do any remasters better than that. What's the scariest games you guys played? Well, there's only one answer for that, isn't there? There's really nothing scarier than PT out there. I think I understand seeing other people panic soothes me. The only way co-op can even be any fun. No, that's the thing. Co-op is fun. So you have to not communicate with your teammate to actually be scared. And you'll always, like, this man is just, like, jumping, or he's doing this with his gun up and down. You're always going to be, like, sticking you out of the experience. Co-op is shit for horror. Have you heard of Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power streaming now? Season 1 Amazon Prime Video. What a good show for you to subscribe. What? Did you hate Rings of Power, Metal? Lost of Shadow? You mean Lords of Shadow? Hello, sir. An outrageous, boring show. I think Arrogance and Melty are liking it. I don't know if Tolkien cares enough to go nuts on his grave. If it was Alan Moore, clearly, yes. I haven't played Evil Within 1 or 2, no. But the scariest thing I've ever played is PT, yeah. Metal just hasn't gotten to the Ovid sex and health incest. Even though you have not been born yet, I can feel already your presence. It's simply amazing. I just can't believe how lucky I am. A year ago, all I Had was talent and ambition. Now against all odds I have a career, a loving husband, and you. I have never been a deeply religious person. I guess what other people look for in a sermon I found in perfecting my art. But now I can't help but feel like there's a higher power watching over me. They once told me that I would never succeed as a musician. Now I'm playing sold-out concerts at some of the most prestigious venues in the country. They also said I had a difficult character and that I would never find a soulmate. Guess again. Finally, a doctor once told me that I would never be able to have children of my own, and yet here you are within me. I'm quite possibly the happiest woman in the world. I love you so much. You should give them a chance to really grade on the Radar Gems. Yeah, they're like right there, but there's too many video games, man. Yeah. I don't think that's what was there. Where's Blodarkas? You should be here watching this. You know he can't handle it. He's opening Pokemon cards. Yeah, probably. Man gets scared with a lamp in games. Metal, just watch Fate Zero. Paint deep lines.
Now, a tiny bit to the left. Yes, just like that. Hold that pose. I want to get all those lovely curves just right.
That's kind of creepy. You know the painting. Not that round. Where? He's not fat. Watch Fate Zero, sir. Fate Zero. Don't listen to them. Oh, Milty. Is Bakano the one that's tangentially connected to fate? I didn't read that in time. No? Whoa, what is it? What am I thinking? Kanon. Ah, yes. That's it. That is exactly what I was thinking of. Thank you. Thank you, Norbrook. Don't listen to any of these guys. Just watch Fate Zero. Then you'll have a bunch of other stuff to watch. They made you, David? That's not true. Sir, I watched Fate Stay Night and Tsukihime before you even knew.
Hello. It's about time for us to talk, don't you think? I mean, I've seen you in my house so many times, and yet I could never find the courage to face you directly. Not until now.
That time I got reincarnated as a slime is pretty fun too. Well, the good news is they are making an anime of the one isekai you need to watch, which is I got reincarnated as a vending machine. And then I'm in a dungeon and I got reincarnated as a vending machine or whatever. I don't know. It's the peak isekai bullshit. Yeah, they're remaking Trigun or Trigun or whatever with a completely different art style. I'll be sure not to touch that at all. This Trigun is perfect. Also make an isekai where Chris Pratt plays the main character. Is Mario an isekai? A Trigun purist? Come on, man. What is that? That art style. You'll see Peace That Promised Neverland Season 2? Anyone watched it? No, I haven't watched Season 1. Obviously. I just heard it doesn't live up to the potential. But that can mean so many things. Gurren Lagann. You just like girls with bikinis with big guns. Oh yeah. The Cyberpunk anime has been out for a month, and Smith has already watched it all like 20 times. Okay. Is that for me? Can I have the knife? No bugs on the anime? Right.
First, I looked for a canvas. Not just any canvas. I had to find a knife. Not one of those bread ones. It needed to be as sharp as a razor. So I used a razor, in fact, and then carefully flayed the skin. Booze helped keep my hand steady.
Spice and Wolf watch it before David does. Why? My recommendations at this time are Fate Zero, Kara no Kyokai, and Dororo. You only need one anime? Yeah, Fate. And One Piece, yeah. Did you even finish it? Not yet, but I'm liking it a lot. Even though I've not... Huh? Black Lagoon is also a show. Many shows are a show. So far, so good. Metal, do you have a My Anime list? You should make one. Metal, have you ever watched Detroit Metal City? I believe I recommended that to you. You're a metalhead. Exactly. See? I have good recommendations. I wouldn't need to ask if you had on my my anime list. Hello, sir. How are you? Dear sir, while I can certainly understand that you are upset and I have nothing but sympathy for your wife and yourself, I must categorically state that I do not wish to receive any further correspondence from you in this matter. Any skin graft procedure is extremely complicated and inherently associated with the risk of failure. Having stated that, I assure you that me and my colleagues at St. Anne have made every effort to ensure a positive outcome for your wife. Personally speaking, I believe we have done the best job possible considering the extent of tissue damage. You are, of course, entitled to your opinion, and I can certainly understand your disappointment. What I do not understand is how you seem to think writing hateful letters to me, or my fellow doctors, will ameliorate the situation. As I've already stated, I can certainly understand that you've been under a lot of stress as of late, and thus I will not press charges. If you refrain from any future correspondence. Let me make it absolutely clear that I will not tolerate any further threats aimed at my staff, my family, or myself. If you wish to seek psychological help, I can have my assistant provide contact information of several specialists who would be more than competent to help you get through these hard times. With regards and best wishes for you and your wife. There's too many paintings that look exactly the same.
Why did you stop? That tune was perfect. Honey, please, just a little longer. At least until I finish painting this one part. Oh, don't make me beg.
Samantha-proof classic? Definitely not. The only anime Samantha's watched other than Cyberpunk is Shimoneta. Which is just lewd as fuck. I am a big fan of the character design of Yoko from Gurren Lagann, though. I don't know, is it? Is she 14? What? You and lollies? It's not a lolly! Melty's just trolling you. I hate lollies. You must have me confused with someone else. Looks like a 10-year-old, but lore-wise she's 1,000 years old, Nobruk. This person I'm talking about definitely looks 25. Isn't she the red-haired girl with the flaming bra? Yeah! How is that a lolly? The giant gun? She looks on the right. What? Hero has the right idea. I think so too. At the end of the day, she's a fucking drawing, so who the fuck cares? The following list is a compilation of the most common symptoms of schizophrenia. While typically diagnosed between the ages of 15 and 25, the disorder is known to affect older patients as well. Note that these symptoms are not exclusive to schizophrenia and should by no means be treated as conclusive evidence of this particular affliction. In order to obtain a proper diagnosis, you should contact a qualified specialist, psychologist, or psychiatrist. I'm trying to gaslight. You're the one who mentioned some character's age. I only said I like the character design. Blank expression, stares off into space, yes. Involuntary facial movements, yes. Insomnia, haven't noticed. Usual gestures and postures, always had that. Unable to experience joy from activities, definitely. Depersonalization, what does that even mean? Awkward, clumsy movement, might be from accident. Haven't noticed insomnia, but we found a letter saying couldn't sleep, went to do something. Prone to anger, resentment, more passive-aggressive. Lack of motivation, yes. Suicidal tendencies. What? That's what's written there. Whose symptoms are those? Mine. Isn't this a game about me? Make up your mind. Don't touch that dial now. I think Metal, the main takeaway here is that you need to watch Fate Zero and not anything else. They actually went through with Silent Hills. What could have been? Yeah. Part of me still held on to hope that Junji Ito would be involved in some other game. Even if not a Silent Hill game, just anything else. How is it a chore if you enjoyed it? Also, One Piece is the one show that I have no fucking idea how, but it just gets better. Like, how can a show that you think has peaked keep getting better? How is it always peaking? Like, every time you think, oh my god, how can One Piece be getting any better than this? And it does. Yeah, I have not even finished the Wano stuff. The size of girl character boobs grow each year. Well, that is one good thing for why it gets better, but not just that. That's not the only reason. Character development, exactly. Character growth. It just shows that the characters are growing up. But I understand. I really do understand. Because I went through that when it was 400 episodes. Or 300 or whatever. But One Piece is just so good. I understand how daunting it is. And yeah, it is a lot to ask. But if it's 1,000 good episodes, isn't it better than just flailing around looking for a good show and then just regretting choosing one or another? Like, sure, maybe there are better experiences than watching One Piece, concise experiences. But is it 1,000 good episodes? It is. It is. And some of them are just fucking amazing. I'll give you one thing. You are willing to vouch for every single episode. I am not. I am not. One Piece is so good that the fillers are better than some shows. And there's only one arc, which is actually not filler, is canon, that is bad. And it's like 5 episodes. So, the arc from Foxy the Silver Fox? Fuck that. Everything else is amazing. Spoilers? How is that a spoiler? The name of the arc. It's not the arc where X dies. Got that funny moment with Zoro in that arc? No, it sucks. You should skip that arc. X will die? No. Isn't there a character actually called X? X Drake? Yeah. I'm not talking about him. It was just an example. Biggest redeeming quality is Piccolo if you're doing subs like a weeb? What? Ah, the Piccolo voice actor in English? I mean, watching One Piece in English, the only thing I can think of that's worse than watching One Piece in English is watching Dragon Ball. Goku, Luffy, Krillin, all of them. It's not my fault that a Japanese old lady can play a character better than an English man. I don't make the rules. One Piece is so good that the best Dragon Ball episode is in One Piece. What? I don't think I watched that. Is that with Toriko as well? Yeah. Didn't I read the manga for that? Is there no manga for it? Oh, there's a door here. Dude, it is impossible. Luffy in Japanese is, I don't know. It's just perfect, and Zoro's voice is probably one of the best voices in all of anime. It's okay. It's okay, Pop. You're gonna make it.
Honey, remember how you said it would be nice to have a cat so the baby could have someone to play with? Well, I just bought us a dog. Oh.
I don't understand that name. One-screen artists' new paintings last out of galleries. We witness today the entirely worthless in artistic terms. While entirely worthless in artistic terms might be an invaluable case study, psychologists, these harsh words came from none other than Jason Hughes. Paint critic was one of the first to appreciate the works of a man whose praise once contributed to his first spectacular success. When asked if such brutal criticism was indeed called for, especially in light of the recent tragic events, Hughes responded, "As critics, it is our duty to critique art, but not to judge the artist. The man has been through a lot lately, and obviously it has taken its toll on him. Still, if we were to remain silent and pretend this is even remotely acceptable, we would be doing the artist a disservice. Other critics were only slightly more lenient, as..." Huh? I am along for the ride, but I'm definitely not scared. I swear, I feel like every game gets the same door lock sound. Hello? Hello? Very. This new horror/slasher movie, Terrifier 2. Bizarre people are vomiting in theaters, passing out, and leaving halfway due to its goriness. Truth or advertisement stunt? Truth is I want to watch it now, looking for the first one, never watched it. Hard to imagine it's worse than Saw 3, so... whatever. Yeah. Have breakfast while Saw movies play. But you are a psycho. She's been at it again. Earlier in the day, I found more of her reviews. Little notes stuck to one of my latest paintings. Some of the most scathing, hateful shit I've ever read about my work. I guess I shouldn't be surprised, after all. She knows me well enough to know what really gets to me. I just can't believe she would use that against me. Worst thing is, when I confronted her about it, she claimed she hadn't written any of them. Like, I can't tell her handwriting. Jesus, does she really hate me that much, or is her mind starting to slip? I just don't know what to do anymore. Terrifier 2 is not even on my top 25 list of goriest movies. Oh, you watched that? I'm kind of a psycho. For me, it's tough because you're cautiously aware of, like, makeup and prosthetics and whatnot. Need to be really immersed. I turn it off. And if I didn't, I don't think I would even attempt to watch anything, because, like, why watch something if you're... Well, why watch something? Yeah, why watch something if you're aware... If you're always thinking it's just fake. it's just an actor, it's not really happening, then what's the point? But there's a quality bar where the thought doesn't cross your mind. Yeah, I turn it off. If I don't like the story, I don't like the story, but just being aware of prosthetics only if they're poorly done. Like, really. Yeah, exactly. Practical shit is really impressive. Found this little collection of empty bottles this morning and reacted badly. I know it's hard for him too, but god damn it, he should know better. The small child in the house, that's just irresponsible. Sorry, my brain is broken. I'm very happy about the about being able to just not care, not be like be entrenched in everything, even on a stage play. Am I supposed to look at something, or is this just noise? When will you offer me sushi? I am saving for a camera, sir. I am not offering sushi to myself, much less some other people. It's your birthday? When? Today? Body sushi? The 19th? Oh shit! Happy birthday, sir. Belated by a few hours, but happy birthday. Did you do anything fun? I haven't gone to sushi in more than a year. Pretty sure. Plague Tale 2? Okay, didn't go out.
This house is absolutely amazing. Oh, but those stairs. With that leg of mine, I think you'll have to carry me to the bedroom once we move in.
We'll go out on the weekend. Okay. When were you going to be in my city again? What do you guys think of hit video game update Overwatch 2? I believe we talked a little about it. At least Arrogance is playing quite a bit of it. I have no horse in that game, but I think it's really dumb to limit teams from 6 to 5 just because there's so many competitive teams on Overwatch. And now they're gonna vote one person out. They have to vote one person out. It's like, okay. Which one of the tanks are we kicking? Yeah, it's just unfriendly to the community. It's not about the game itself. But the game was free, so who cares? Like, as for the other stuff, the game was free, so yeah, who cares? Update or new game doesn't really matter if the new one is free. What bench? Oh, the other tank, yeah. The average player will never earn Overwatch skin in game ever again, but otherwise, yep, I don't know about that. Like I said, I have no horse in the game. I have Overwatch 1, never played it. That's how much it interests me. Prothesis, Snatchers. Why the damn leg? Insatiable bastard, can't afford the new one. What? Does he have mice in his leg? What? You know,
Stumbling all around, stumbling all around, stumbling all around. So funny. Stumbling here and there, stumbling everywhere, and I must declare, I stepped right on her toes, and when she bumped my nose, I fell, and when I rose, I felt ashamed. Stumbling all around, stumbling all around, stumbling all
eh? I don't like the way we interact with this game. This seems normal.
I needed a jar and a plastic tubing. I siphoned gas before. I knew how it was done. I stuck the tube in a vein and sucked on it until blood filled my mouth. Then put the tube in the jar and it just kept coming. The taste of copper haunted me the entire night. Why didn't I think of a syringe?
What? Took a risk on the mushroom risotto, yeah. Seems accurate. So far, so good. A grave for you. Room emergence. Guess that's why Norbrook wants to play Silent Hill the room. So we need...
Oh, stop looking at me like that. It's just a little something to help me focus on my work, that's all.
White Silent Hill the room? I liked it too. It's not as good as 1, 2, 2, 3, but it's still really good. Probably the creepiest Silent Hill creature is in that game. I can't stand seeing you like this. You're not well. You were sweating and shaking all night, and now there you are, locked in your workshop as usual. This whole tortured artist nonsense has gotta stop. This is a list of collectibles and I haven't been doing a great job. I have kind of a pet peeve in video games where I'm the main character. Ah, the room. I think it's kind of a cop-out. Like, who am I? Why am I here? What moves me to enter this place? I know you're trying to tell a story, but I'm playing as someone, so you kind of need to address that too, no? I think Silent Hill 3 was the one I liked the most. It was also my first. My first was 1. 2 is my favorite. I think 2 is a perfect game. Like, and I can't say that about many games. Obviously. Yeah, that's clearly an influence from Silent Hill 4. The thing that makes me like 2 so much is the fact that it's a contained story. I think 3 without 1 is a lesser game. And you got that experience by playing it first. Who the fuck is Cheryl? Who the fuck is Harry Mason? I don't know. Who cares? I also don't really like the stuff with Leonard. I think is not that interesting. Like, the midpoint of the game is kind of a drag. But I mean, it's very close still to being perfect. My ranking is 2, 1, 3, 4, and then 0. Who cares about this? I actually mean to. Maybe I'll play it next. Oh. I want to play Shattered Memories, because some people say that's not bad. Ringing endorsement, I know. Creator's block. We all felt it. As long as in the end the one responsible for everything is a dog, I'm on. That diorama they showed, man, I'd love that. No way in hell I would pay that much for anything. Yeah, 42,000 yen for that pyramid head. That is crazy money. It's like $420. Don't forget. Oh, okay. I got strunk. Those Daredevil sunglasses? They might be. My god. Remember I was so excited for Silent Hill Downpour and it ended up being a disappointing? I didn't play it. I bought it, didn't have the guts to play it. I still, at some point, I still would like to play those games. But it's like we discussed. There's so many games, and sometimes something you know that's gonna hurt you, you're gonna play it. I would like to talk about it. Yeah, I mean, I've had this game for ages. If I find things at a good price, I buy it. Or I used to, at least. I haven't done that in a long time. But I used to, like, if I wanted to one day play, I'd just buy it if it was cheap. Which is how you become a person with an extremely big backlog. Ever since I started living by myself, that has stopped. Because, well, now I need the money for other things. Dear sir, if I'm to be honest, I can't say your letter was unexpected. This is annoying. Numerous colleagues have informed me that you have previously sought their advice in this matter, and while it is perfectly understandable for a patient to demand a second opinion, I would think 16 concurring opinions would be enough. Still, out of respect for you and your wife, I have examined the case thoroughly and I have to concur with my colleagues. Involuntary muscle spasms are not uncommon with patients who have suffered burns as severe as your wife did. What you refer to as a freakish grin or an unnerving yelp, though many would find such expressions hurtful, could indeed be manifestations of nerve damage. The other symptoms you mentioned do not seem to be psychological, but rather purely don't seem to be physiological, but rather purely psychological in nature. Traumatic events can lead to severe stress, and that is nothing to be ashamed of. As you demand that we fix your wife, you have to understand that what she went through cannot be undone with one simple procedure. It is a long, arduous process that will require all your strength and support. Please feel free to contact me or my colleagues should you wish to discuss a long-term rehabilitation program. Sincerely, Robert Richards, MD. Not playing Evil Within 1 and 2 should be a crime. From the OG director of Resident Evil. I know. I had turned the game sound off. You are welcome, guys. Man, I'm gonna lower this. Forgot that Neo: The World Ends With You also released on PC? Fuck the industry. Fuck the industry. So you don't want it to release on PC? Metal, you are a very confused individual. don't release all the games at the same time. New God of War is coming. Yeah, but that's not for you. Can I not pick up the phone? It's the industry in general? Yeah. God forbid. Imagine, like, cars. I'm gonna launch a car. Nope, can't launch it this month because another car is launching. How, like, people put out their work when the work is done. Why do they have to be looking for what others are doing? It's going to take a year, because everything takes a year.
Hello? Yes, speaking. What? What fire? Oh, God. Is she... Which hospital? I'm on my way.
Did you end up playing Persona 5 Scramble? Strikers, whatever. I still don't understand why they changed the name from Scrambles to Strikers. Hey Cyan, how goes it? Yeah, you did well in waiting. Didn't get spoiled. Yeah. A lesser man would not have waited. Because he would have lost faith. Takes so long. Oh, that was a thing. This game is a thing? Did you play it? Flapping horror, be quiet. Constantly flapping, eating other rats. What a beautiful drawing. Watch some playthroughs, not really your thing. Okay. Well, did you watch the Silent Hill news? Silent Hill 2 remake, and a bunch more stuff, yeah. I wonder if the new Silent Hill game will have the song Running Up That Hill by Kate Bush. Not they're wasting good marketing opportunities. Let's all hope. Hope he's the mind killer. Do this. This game should have The Sound of Silence by Simon and Garfunkel. This game? What? Oh, the game. Yeah. Hey, the fact that Yukira Yamaoka is back gives me hope. But this game does not. In any case, as your lawyer, I advise you to refrain from any imprudent actions. In other words, don't do anything stupid. Still have a chance of winning this. Believe it or not, I've gotten clients out of deeper shit than this. Just don't make it any worse. Lay low for a while and let me appeal the court order. This social worker definitely has it in for you. We can use that to our advantage. Portray you as a victim of the system. A husband in mourning. A momentary lapse of reason. An overzealous bureaucrat. Trust me, this is our best option. Considering what you've been through lately, I'd say we have a good 50-50 chance of a good outcome. But not if you keep trying to convince everyone that you've gone completely insane. No more outbursts, no more rambling, better yet, no public appearances whatsoever. You can still get your dough. Your daughter? Have to be hopeful with Konami. They burnt a lot of bridges in the post-Metal Gear Solid 5 era. Masahiro Ito is also back, the OG monster designer. Yeah, but if you remember, Yamaoka actually directed games. I think he directed 4, right? Or was it 5? Must have been 4, because they forgot 5 when they did that Silent Hill. They made a montage with all past Silent Hills and they forgot Homecoming. Which is funny as fuck. Because Ito said he was tired of Pyramid Head and regretted designing that character, and the trailer features guess who? The problem with Pyramid Head... Oh, he's the producer of 3 and 4. Really? So who directed? Okay. My bad. So he produced 3 and 4. Fair enough. The problem with Pyramid Head is it's a Silent Hill 2 character. And it started showing up in the movie that adapts 3. It shows up in Homecoming. Get your shit together. How is a character that is the product of the imagination of the main character of 2 showing up for other people? It just shows a lack of understanding that is key to Silent Hill. Which is why I can't be optimistic about a remake. I'm more optimistic about the new games than a remake. Because I don't know if they can understand the intricacies of Silent Hill 2 and portray it in a new way. I mean, even the people, like, we've talked about this, the people who made Homecoming, which is why I never ended up playing it, used the aesthetic of the movies instead of the aesthetic of the games. Which means that Silent Hill Homecoming doesn't even know if it's... like, it's more of a Silent Hill game based on the movie than a new Silent Hill game on the Silent Hill mythology. Hey Throw, how goes it? Throw, have good news, bad news. Which do you want first? Dealer's choice. Well, the good news is you're probably right. The bad news is this game is not scary. Right about what? About Bluebird maybe not being the best for sound. Yes, I played PT. Silent floaters, they clog the drain. Fur in the water, no baths for me. Your shipment of coke is delayed. No. I would never do that to Throw. He expects a service of me. And I always service him. I mean, I always deliver the service. That's what I wanted to say. This game is jump scare central. Yeah, and that's just not what Silent Hill is. They can scare you, they can jump scare you, but I'm not scared. I'm just like, do I really have to play this game this way? Never found Bluebird stuff scary. Everything I've played seems just a noise in its attempt to scare, which is pretty terrible. Yeah, I thought Observer had scary stuff. So far, Observer is my favorite. But yeah, the stealth was annoying. Not super annoying, but not very well done. Scariest thing for me is High School Romance. To me, is when your mom gets together with a guy that has a daughter, and they're like, no, you guys are brother and sister, you can't date. Like, come on. That's the scariest thing for me. We are not related by blood, Dad. You guys are so easy to trigger. Dave watches hentai. I included all the hentai I ever watched on my anime list. You can see how much of it I watched. Or didn't watch. It's more of like, at what point are we liable for the shit you say? Why is hentai on the anime list? Hentai is a genre of anime, isn't it? Just because it's a porn movie doesn't mean it's not a movie, right? See my watched movies list? There's an infinite tab of porn watched. Is there a list?
I needed to remove the flesh from the bone. At first, I was lost as to how, but then I sawed it off with a handsaw, boiled it, then put the bone in a mortar. I had to get one, obviously. This was not something I'd done before. Finally, I mixed the dust with some white paint. It made for a lovely undercoat.
Who walks like the sound of a heartbeat? Someone will... That's a good point. He does have a limp. I mean, if I am the male character of the story, I don't know who I am. So, maybe he doesn't have a limp. But there is someone in the story who does. That's not better. Is that a self-portrait? You haven't seen your hands, you're probably just a camera? Yeah, I have no feet, no hands. Maybe I'm a drone. What if you fail? Oh, is that Ghostface killing Leatherface? It is. Ignore him. I don't want to. So I listened to too much Joe Rogan as is now taking DMT and ayahuasca. I don't know. Slash gash what? Well, Metal. Should I find you some help? There is an extremely good mental health institution close by. People go there to Scary Movies, Killer Rap. You think I've watched Scary Movie? Actually, once I was on TV, and a Scary Movie came on, and I watched the start of it and was like, I'm not watching this shit. Don't you dare throw. Quit, and that's how it shall be. But maybe you guys would know. It's the... I still remember it.
No, that's not right. Try again. Don't give me that look. What do we do when we fail? We start over. You're better than this. Now sit down, and this time, let's make it perfect.
In the movie, a giant cannabis plant, smoked a dude. Like a joint for revenge. Second? Okay. So I watched that and thought to myself, no. That's not what I'm watching today. Or ever.
Hey, what is that? Wait, what day is it? It's Sunday? You mean well, why didn't you come and get me? God damn it! You know how I get when I'm caught up in my work.
Yeah, I want to say, I hate parodies. And yet, I like the Mel Brooks stuff and all the stuff Leslie Nielsen did. I don't know, maybe it was a different way to do it. Maybe I was just a kid back then. And I found it funny. I don't know if I would have found it funny later. Obviously, Mel Brooks is, well, funny. Exactly. Leslie Nielsen was a god. Dude, I will always think, like, the funniest shit I've ever seen has got to be 41-year-old virgin who knocked up Sarah Marshall and felt super bad about it. Actual title of a parody movie. Those movies are comedies. Why would you parody a comedy? The Robin Hood Mel Brooks movie was the best. Robin Hood Men in Tights. Yes, that's good shit. I love Dracula Dead and Loving It as well. But obviously, Hot Shots, Aeroplane, those are the good parody movies. And like Dracula is Leslie, right? Yeah. But for me, the funniest shit of all time has got to be that scene in Naked Gun where Leslie Nielsen is just he parks his car and doesn't pull the handbrake, and then he's in a conversation with someone and his car just goes down the hill and he starts shooting at his own car and blows it up and is like, some crazy people driving these days. Like, I don't know. It's just, every time I think of the funniest shit I've ever seen, like, I think of that, and I do think of the Mr. Bean movie, where he's like right at the end, where he takes a photo of a biker and he just flips him off, and he's like, oh, like, he has no idea what it means, so he's just like doing this to people. It's gold. It's amazing. The sheriff is a... Huh? Is that the name of a movie? I don't know what that is. Johnny English? Yeah, it's not as good, but I like it. Blazing Saddles. I didn't watch that. The Naked Gun movies are amazing. I need to rewatch that. I should make it a point to rewatch that more often. Marriage guide. Kids in marriage. Expect the unexpected. Everyday magic of parenthood. Are you still there, Throw? Yeah. Like, I obviously don't expect Silent Hill to be like that, but to interact with things in this game, I need to... It's like, it's almost like I'm playing Fahrenheit. You press R2 to interact, and then you need to use the analog stick to move the doors and the shit. Like, oh god. Stop. Wait, why can't I just press a button? Sounds terrible. It is. I had to wind up a fucking gramophone, and it just barely worked.
Sweet Jesus! Did you just buy half of the department store? Honey, you don't even know yet if it's gonna be a boy or a girl.
It's gonna be a baby. It'll look the same anyway. The scary thing so far. I like Ace Ventura, yes. Worry not, Silent Hill is in their hands. Yeah. Joy is me. I really want to know more about that short story one. You played Stories Untold, right? Lice mice, bold bloody spots. Hair not mine. Where are the scissors? Yeah, Austin Powers. I quoted that the other day. One of my favorite memes is from Austin Powers. No, that's not Bloober. Those are making another Silent Hill game. That's the ones that are making the game with Annapurna. He has a broken tooth. Is that the Dumb and Dumber or whatever? Stories Untold isn't the most complex game. It was pretty simple. The writing was interesting. Sounds perfect for an Annapurna game. Yeah, if they don't make it like an action game, and it's actually something akin to a Telltale game in the Silent Hill universe, I'm all up for it. That's the one I'm most optimistic about. Did you watch any of the trailers? I know you barely care. You skimmed through. I just found it really funny that they played they played some clips, like Yukiro Yamaoka couldn't be there, so he sent a video talking about going back to working with Silent Hill. Sony had some dude send a video, and then they had a message from J.J. Abrams for that one thing no one knows what it is, even though they talked 10 minutes about it. And J.J. Abrams didn't send a video. He sent a quote. One line. He wrote a line about it. And they were like, we have a message from J.J. Abrams. I just laughed. You saw the quote. It's okay, sir. I don't even understand what that is. Near the blueberry bushy by the Emerald Creek. At my Colin Octopath Traveler laughing moment during the Foggy Street conversation, that was the highlight of my skimming. I don't know, man. That was most of it, though. Once lived a duck who was a bit of a freak, not content to just splash away in the rivers. He liked tearing out hearts and chewing out livers. Oh, cute. I don't think that's a diet that's good for ducks. Hello? Did I die? You can die in this game? Was that supposed to happen? That was a jump scare that didn't jump me for some reason, but sure. Not even the jump scares are working. And I didn't expect that to happen. But yeah, the Silent Hill F trailer looks nice. The fact that it's from the makers of Re:Verse, it's like, oh. Is that even out? Did that ever come out? Maybe their true talent is in single-player games. Because it's definitely not in multiplayer ones. But yeah, that J.J. Abrams series of I don't know what, that whole thing was so weird. Like, we have no idea what it actually is, and I always struggle when someone starts a conversation with, I've always been a big fan of this, so I thought I'd do something completely different with it. What? Then do something different. You know, I really like Horizon Zero Dawn, so I thought I'd make a game with Aloy's ancestor playing cards. It's the story of how Elizabeth was born to her mother, a poker champion. In the game, you play poker. I love Horizon and making games in the Horizon universe. I'm not cleaning that up. Watching Game Awards, maybe? When is that? Last of Us Part 1 winner of all, easy. Especially best multiplayer game. Don't cry, sir. It'll be fine. Is that supposed to be happening? Is she supposed to be doing that inside the cabinet? Or is that... like... This is when... What's happening? Oh. Things were happening and I wasn't noticing. Because cutscenes are overrated. Some horror games can get away with some bugs because I think we got to the loop. They definitely played PT. Okay. What? That's so stupid. You died. Okay, okay, I'm not the only one. What the fuck? Great. Okay, this got a bigger laugh out of me than a scare. Oh man, that was great. I love it. All my games releasing at the same time. Rare forgot to add Ballsack Boy, a big adventure, in a week release, and Miles Morales in a month for PC. Oh man. Take a clip. Yeah, we don't know if it's a bug. Oh. Okay. It's so good. What? That's not a bug, that's just a big laugh. That's so stupid. It is. It's so fucking stupid. I love it. Thanks for the clip. That was great. I love it when horror shit is funny. Oh, do I get to see it again? Damn. Yes? What? Why was there a hint? What could I interact? When horror stuff is unintentionally funny, it's the best.
I had the most beautiful dream last night. I dreamt he came to me, embraced me, loved me, as he once did. But we both know that while I dreamed my silly little dream, it was you he really lusted for.
Me? I doubt it. I'm a little fat. What a beautiful drawing. You're gonna be very talented. Yes, come in. Oh boy. Wasn't expecting a laugh. Oh. That's Cecil, the Dark Knight from Final Fantasy IV. That's beautiful. Can I look around? Oh, I can. Wait. What am I waiting? Could mean 2 games. And none of that other shit. Ah, say it. It's time for it.
This was a special brush, like a horsehair brush, but different. At that point, I hesitated. Will this really work? Fuck it. I was already halfway through, and besides, it's not like I can just put it all back and forget the whole thing.
Yeah, I need to take a break too. Oh, hi! What big eyes you have, Grandma. Taking breaks, kind of gamer are you? The bad kind. Cool. Riveting. Still 2 more pieces? Alright, guys. You can take a look at the painting while I go away. Please tell me how to improve my brushwork. I will stroke all of you later. I'll be right back. Alright, I am back with the cure for the horror that I'm experiencing here. I am so scared, so chocolate. It's the only way I can handle the scariness. Oh my god. This expires at on November 10th, 2023. I better eat it all today. Just to be sure. Isn't that right? It's gotta be on the safe side. Don't let it go to waste, exactly. I think people don't understand that if you feel safe, you won't be afraid. Alien Isolation is a good example on how to make a scary game. Yeah, and there's plenty of scary games. Going in Cersei's. Ah, is that Maleficent? Oh no, it's a goat man. Alien Isolation was so good that I was just testing the game. I ended up playing like six chapters or something. And then I never played it. Which I should. When I stopped, I didn't go back. But I had a hard time stopping. Yeah. I used to have a big problem, which was the anticipation of the horror game. Because thinking about playing it scared me. Happened a lot with the sound kills. Oh, hi. Hello. Can you help me? I'm looking for... Oh. My screen fucking up. I'm looking for directions here. This is exactly like BT. I get it. I mean, not everyone could play PT. So you made it for other people. But PT is way better than this. And it's fucking scary. Also, that feels like it needed to happen. Alright. Alright. Yes, yes, I am following you, little guy. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Could this be something I need to pay attention to? Rat is 8. Right? Lol. Am I assuming that this is the order? Four, 4, 5, 8. Nailed it. I'm stupid. They all lead to something. I was just looking at, like, the middle one and ignoring the others. So it's 6, 8, 7. 6, 8, 7. Oh, it's not. I'm just assuming it's rat because I was following a rat. Maybe it's dog because it's the one that's drawn there. Two. What if cat is one word, dog another? I have a bunch of different combinations. That's what I was doing first. Because I didn't realize I was just looking at the middle one of each animal for some reason. Didn't realize they all led to an animal. Where's my crouch button? Hey, I'm a vampire, you can't do that. We established that already, 'cause I don't show up in mirrors. Judging by the silence that has now fallen over the house, I can safely assume that he has finally passed out, undoubtedly surrounded by empty bottles and tattered pieces of canvas that have become his preferred bedfellows. Every time it happens, I pray it will be the last. I pray fervently, passionately. Our Lord in heaven, let him crack his head open and the rot spew out. Fun. Let him cut his wrists on the glass and the red bile flow. Let him choke on his own vomit so that we may all find peace. For if you don't, one day I will find the courage to walk down the steps and end him myself. You of all should know it's not the lack of will that stays my hand. What is it? Amen. Hey, I'm walking here. I hope this game doesn't have a speedrun trophy. Hey! So Sorry I haven't written in a while. I've been swarmed with work. Gotta tell you, your last letter was troubling, to say the least. I just can't believe she would set fire to your old paintings. You have fun too, Norbrook? Thank you for hanging out. Good night to you. Why would she do that? The Lady in Black especially, that was your tribute to her, wasn't it? I don't know how to tell you, except to get her some professional help pronto. You could probably talk to someone as well. With all that's happened, I'm sure it would do you some good. I probably don't need to tell you that the buyer was sorely disappointed with the news. The new pieces just aren't selling as well as the classics. Anyway, I'll keep looking. You just hang in there and focus on your work. I know you still have it in you. I believe in you. Your friend and agent, Thomas Caldwell. I don't.
Fucking mutt won't shut up! Hey! I can do that too! See? But can you paint? No? Well, that's alright. Neither can I, apparently.
Oh no. And why? Well, at least one thing I can say. From this to Observer, I think they made great improvements. Because Observer, I did like. And, in the game, I think nails the story and the ambience. And I really like that it's noir. Who's messaging me at this hour? Is that Cement? Cement is usually the only person messaging me at this hour. Oh my god. Can I make a joke just for the Portuguese people here? Oh menino, oxalá essa cena dos chineses, cena do caralho. For the one who is here, I mean, Ruben is here. Mayor Council holds session in New Hall. Fuck you too. What? It's true that some artists progress beyond their times and thus become incomprehensible for contemporary critics. It's my opinion that this simply isn't the case. Well, it hurts me to say this. As in progress, I would go as far as to say that if anything, what we are witnessing is artistic regression. Looks yummy. I think that's where the molded come from. Remember how Resident Evil Village was one of the best games ever? I had so much fun. Don't look back. Oh no! Why? Ah! 7. I love 7 and 8. Come on, man. Don't look back. That's exactly what the radio says the first time you can be killed by Lisa, I think. In PT. A little pain goes a long way. You'll love it too. I don't see how you could not love it. They really made they really did a great job with 7 and yes, don't I have the crane? I mean, the door is gone. Yeah, is that not on Steam? Any reason you haven't played it? Fuck is that screaming? Don't ask, bro. It's horror. It's very scary. You just don't understand. Did you hear me laughing out loud? Don't think so. scroll up a bit and see if there's still the clip Hooven posted. What's the clip? I still see it there. Okay. Her name is now Nick because my friend Nick loved that game too much. What? It's just New Game Plus 2. It's not New Game Plus 8. Love is never too much, Cyan. Neo is huge. Yeah, at least Neo too, right? 223 hours. Damn. Not a lot of games where I have that much time. Can't wait for Silent Hill from them. Isn't that hilarious? I don't have Neo 2. I do have Neo 1. I hope to get like 100 hours or so on Persona 5 Royal. You'd have to speedrun that game to get less than that. Been playing Neo 2 almost since I got out of the hospital. That's like 2 months, 3 months. Throw is not up to date. Hello, will you get me out of here? Excuse me, creepy person lady. What am I supposed to do with that? I can't jump. Oh, hi! I won't go back to smoking. Health and wallet love it like this. Yeah, I'd never be able to smoke. I'm too stingy, too poor. If I was just a head in a jar like Durham, I'd probably quit too. Yeah, smoking always tasted bad for me. I like the smell. But it tastes awful. And it's the heat. Like, I hate the heat. Yeah. Why does this game control us? Yeah, you're still smoking. Smoking is smoking, right? I smoke chicken every now and then. Nice. I feel smells way better and my taste buds are way stronger. Not nearly as bad, but nowhere near good. Yeah, and like, it's one thing I never understood. And has always been baffling to me. Is like, on a hot day, people lighting up a cigarette are having even more heat radiating next to their hand. It's like, why? How? I'm barely tolerating the heat that already exists. You're creating more? You just don't feel it? And you feel it. I've smoked and I felt it. Body telling them they need it. The addiction is stronger. That I believe. Not feeling it? I mean... Nothing makes me happier than David talking about drugs and smoking related topics. I've smoked. I've tried it. I told you guys I smoked like a pack.
Hickory dickory dock. The mouse ran up the clock. The clock struck one. Horror ran down. Hickory dickory dock.
After a while, you don't feel the taste, the smell, the buzz, the heat. You don't feel the buzz, then what's the point? Yeah, but I thought the addiction, you need to feel the thing. To quell the addiction. Okay. At some point it stops being about getting the positive buzz and it's more about preventing the negative itch. Oh, okay. Okay, that makes sense. Thro's explanation is makes sense. Yeah. But I mean, I realize not everyone is here all the time, but once a friend gave me a pack of cigarettes and I thought it was rude to throw it out. Like, I tried my first, from that pack. I didn't enjoy it. I felt it was rude to throw it out, so I smoked all of it and was like, okay, I'm done. You don't have caffeine for a few days, get a headache, except it's worse. I don't get that. I guess I have caffeine every day, every stream. So it's only one day when when I don't. You're doing great, David.
You know, even though you are my rival and the source of all my sorrows, you're also the only one I can still talk to. The only one who will listen. I'm not sure if it's funny or merely pathetic. Probably both.
No, I was curious to try it. I was very curious to try it. So I smoked like 3 until I decided no, that's no good for me. I don't want it. I think I gave like 1 or 2 away. But mostly I did smoke it. Try? What do you mean? I've had it so many times. That escalated quickly. Indeed. Doing the same animation? More or less. Oh look, it's Bearded Baby again.
Talk to me! Why won't you talk to me?
I think the phone is unplugged. What? Why? Why would I control it like this? What's your number, bitch? Can you tell me? No. You're such a gentleman. I know. The monster painting. Some paintings defy simple words, let alone critique. A basic knowledge of the subject is an absolute must if one is to even try taming them. Babyface is one such painting. This art normally draws tens of thousands of mediocrity enthusiasts and Sunday abstraction aficionados. In reality, it looks like a result of a week-long art marathon, if not a very well-adjusted painter locked in a dark basement. Leaving aside the horrible execution, the painting excels in a something. You know what this looks like? Ah, he did give me her number. This looks like a painting created by that AI that's doing paintings these days. You guys know about that? I never know if the delay in things happening is for purposeful tension from the developers, or as if it's the controllers not working properly, which doesn't help the game. 363. Ah. Oh. A slight out-of-body feel. Thus. Huh? Okay. Makes sense. I don't really get where the phone. I think it's coming from here. But the other one was so obvious. Huh.
You promise!
It's not 8. That's not 853. Is there another way to? Is it okay to just do it? I didn't want to reset. Guess I didn't.
You promised.
I did. I did reset. I can't keep. So what? If it's not 853, what is it? Just confirm I selected the right stuff. Okay. Maybe I misclicked last time. Yes, I did.
This solves nothing. It never has. It never will.
Three, 5, 4. Bye. open this drawer, please? Well, let's hope it wasn't important. It wasn't.
I needed something to add the, how should I put it, final touches. A finger. I needed a finger. Chopped it off, easier than sawing a leg. Washed it, dried it in an oven. Fell asleep, almost burned it. Will I manage to pull this off?
Can I put it up my ass? Pull his finger. You're a little more family friendly than I am. And that's a lot coming from the man who wanted to watch the gory movie. Trial? That's what I felt. Be pretty. Fingers up my ass is a thought that doesn't cross my mind. That's fair enough. Depends on the girlfriend, I guess. We're running out of apples. Hello? There's so many apples. Really big ones, too. I once was a man full of passion, but then his wife went out of fashion. Her face was a mess, he couldn't care less, she hated the man with a passion. You're very pretty. I always heard beauty was on the inside. Move over, Plague Tale. Plague Tale doesn't get an horror game rep and is way scarier than this. That's some booba. Yeah. This game doesn't just have booba, it has two booba. I guess Ghostface won against Leatherface. That actually made me think of the scariest fucking scene, Resident Evil 8, which I'm not gonna name because Metal hasn't played it. No, I can't, trust me. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, the baby, it made me think of the baby scene. Her being chased around by the giant baby, remember that? Fucking awful. You can add more BTV? I can. They buffed the limit. Nice. I don't know why the thing for the BTTV emotes disappeared from my chat. And I didn't look for a way to get it back. Like there was an icon that I would press that showed the emotes like every other emote on Twitch, but it disappeared from my chat for some reason, and I never got it back. So the only way I can use it, go to chat settings. Okay. BTTV settings. This covers what you're saying. No, I have to look. Yay! That's it. Thanks. Thank you. I don't know why it turned off on its own. That is my experience with things, though. PC shit. Arrogance helped me get a game working on Steam yesterday. You should have seen my PC gaming know-how. Where's space? Oh my. There's the light switch. Dear sir, my wife would be thrilled to play at your wedding. Please give us a call tonight. We'll work out the details. Our number is 363853. Here first. Congratulations! It's a lamp. But doctor, I really wanted to have a chandelier. Put that seat down.
What is taking so long? Open this fucking door! I need to go! Open up! Hell is... Oh, God. No. No, 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 no. What have you done? No!
She kill herself with that big of a knife? So... Am I supposed to? Don't get it. Oh. That's it. I feel like this game is more about taking drugs than horror. It's like Gone Home on steroids. Main characters and artists, so yeah, that's all about. Easy though, are we playing as the artist? Yes?
Finally, someone had to bear witness. I couldn't just look at my own work. Art and the artist needed an audience, a critical eye on things. I knew what I had to do. I gouged it, scooped it up like ice cream, felt like a butcher, a monster, but at least there was to come something beautiful from all this filth.
At least. That does bring me comfort. Yes, I can't wait for another mediocre DC movie. Where The Rock plays himself. Doesn't rock bottom someone, I'll be disappointed. I don't know what that means. signature move from wrestling? I mean, why would he do physical attacks? No, no, no. The only Man in Tights I appreciate is from Robin Hood, Man in Tights, which we already discussed. That also works. Congratulations, it's a rat. The camera is spinning on its own, but I don't want this. Stop spinning. Hmm. The worst part of all this, figuring out what is and isn't interactable. Spinning. I'm assuming I need to find a checkers piece here too? Ah. Pretty. can't say I'm a fan of the hidden object puzzle. Knew this. Like, so. I don't think we're supposed to use these many pieces. It's kind of cheating. How's it going, dear? Wow, this ending is going boring. My camera's spinning on its own again. I think it's when I get close to that spinning lamp, but it's not even in play anymore. All of that needed to go away. I think they were afraid the game was too short.
Yes, that's it. It's beautiful.
Hey, hands?
Perfect. Just like I always imagined. What is this? I don't understand. No. Stop it. Please. So close. This time, I almost had it. Ah!
That's the best one so far. Why is the sensitivity ramped up here? It is. I know how you must feel, lost alone, hopeless, probably deserve it. But even for you, there's still a way to bring it all back. The one precious thing you ever truly desired. Wishes. There's no canvas. Can I finish? Okay. I understood when he threw it away that he was in a cycle. I didn't need to have it spelled out for me, but sure. Okay. How many layers are there? One. You're 3 layers deep. Yeah, man, I can't feel scared if there's no tension, no tension, no danger. some localizations were made by fans just because? Yeah, I don't know. I am not convinced. This for me is more or less the same as Gone Home. Don't look back. Of course, that's not taken directly from PT. I'm glad you're emphasizing it. I don't know, how long is the DLC? Because I got pretty bored at the end there. Layers of Fear. Completion is 10 hours. It's 1 to 1.5 hours. Yeah, I don't think so. Let's take a look at our trophies. I bet they're annoying. 21%, 30. Catch because of the end. Uncover the developers' faces. Gather all drawings of rodents. Discover neck of best. Recall every word you said. Gather all family mementos. Reach a conclusive ending. Instinct of self-preservation. Heed the warning. So don't look back. Huh? Yeah, okay. Fun. What happens if I do? I hope collectibles track. I still need to play everything anyway. Oh. You probably do. Finish the game? I did. Got really bored there at the end. They somehow threw a find the small checkers piece, but 6 or 7 times, to make it a little bigger, I guess. Great signs of like Kanamicho's Boulevard. Yeah. I mean, the improvement from this to Observer is a big improvement. But are they going to improve more? Probably not. Like, the kind of improvement... Like, this shows... To me, this shows a lack of understanding of what horror is. Because I was never scared. You can try to jump scare me, and I might jump. Which I didn't. But... Silent Hill is definitely not about jump scares. It's about scaring the shit out of you, anticipating what you can't understand or see. And that is not what is happening here. They're just throwing, like, creepy images at you, hoping to, like... I'm number 3. You're my number 1, Arrogance. I get you guys a room? Definitely. 1 each. There's only 2 registered runs on console, but dude, number 3? Damn! I should register. Imagine that! That would be awesome! Now I want to do it just for the lulz. Could we do that? Hey, I see a lot of them. Where the hell are you looking for speedruns? Speedrun.com? I mean, I see 21. But sure. Okay, well, I don't know. Number 22. You were on Inheritance. Oh, okay. Yeah, we might play that tomorrow. I feel like kicking myself in the balls. I also downloaded Layers of Fear too. Play what tomorrow? The DLC. There's a DLC campaign. I'm really excited to play it, can't you tell? I don't know. It wasn't that bad, but it's like these people clearly looked at PT and thought, what if this was a full game, but it didn't have the talent to make it? Because the way she kills you, it's the same, but it's never random? Yeah, I want to play horror games until the end of October. It doesn't have to be this. I do have curiosity about Anthem is a horror game. Yeah. And Aliens Colonial Marines is a horror game too. Didn't you know? You lost your chance, sir. I don't know. I really want to play Alan Wake. The deal was I get melty blood running. Play Colonial Marine. Blood running. What the hell is that? You watch Heavens Feel. I don't want to say it. Because then I'll have to live up to it. I don't know what blood running is. And I never agreed to anything. Oh, melty blood. No. The game from yesterday. Yes. No, I didn't agree to that. Not asking you to service melty. I would never. My hands are all busy with you and Throw. I'm only one person. You wanna get Melty's blood running? That's up to you. I don't think you can get a robot's blood to run. Stroke the cat. What the fuck, PSN? What the fuck? Throw 7, what is Stroke the cat? You know every game on PSN. No stroking while I'm on Twitch? It depends. What if I stroke the cat? have a stroke the blank series of trash that has invaded PSN. Thank you again, Ratalaika. Is it from Ratalaika? Are they still putting out games? They stopped giving out codes, for sure. It doesn't say. You know what Sony needs to remake or make a sequel for? Tokyo Jungle. Remember when we could play as a Pomeranian? They still release weekly games. Okay. Did you play Tokyo Jungle Throw? You have a solid 3 hours in that game? It's a fun game. Blind playthrough, bad ending is stage 1. Oh, I already did that. Collectible plus no death playthrough. The deaths were optional? I didn't even get that feeling. Do I have to play all of it? Yeah, the chapters are a little big. Now. Where does this start? It's also similar. I can't even tell if this is far or not. Yeah, I think we did this a while ago, didn't we? It's not that close to the end. I need to get right to the end to do a trophy. That can only be done on the bad playthrough. More noise, please. Oh no, I want to die. P5 Royal will be available tomorrow around this hour. Uber has more noise mechanics than EA has surprise mechanic. There's no annoying mechanics in this game, just boring. Got them though, gotta feed the machine. You gotta buy that, man. You really gotta buy that. Absolutely can't trust people. Yeah, paying to find out is a little much for me. Paying full price to find out is a little much. More annoying sounds than annoying mechanics. Are you getting that throw? One, two of the Arkham games, just waiting for the review. Okay. Hey, at least he's waiting for the reviews. I'm sure it'll be better than Avengers. Yeah, everyone's saying it's kind of... Going to take a head bath? Yeah. Give me some head. Bath. Game is out in like 26 hours. Reviews must be coming soon, I would imagine. And yet... How many games are releasing now? It's a hot time of the year, yeah. See what I rant about. I don't understand what the problem is. You don't need to buy everything that comes out. You need to buy all? Okay. Joy. Another war is all that matters.
What is taking so long? Open this fucking door! I need to go! Open up! Hell is... Oh, God. No. No, 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 no. What have you done? No! Finally, someone had to bear witness. I couldn't just look at my own work. Art and the artist needed an audience. A critical eye on things. I knew what I had to do. I gouged it, scooped it up like ice cream, felt like a butcher, a monster, but at least there was to come something beautiful from all this filth.
Yeah, Arkham Knight and Arkham Origins were particularly famous for being bad on PC. Now I have to remember where everything was. I can't believe that I hated this section and I need to play it again. The game was fixed? Oh, Arkham Knight. They removed it from Steam, it was that bad? Night? What doesn't happen nowadays? Yeah, they are more the norm. Which is great, of course. Who doesn't love that? They can't be asked with optimization. Can't be asked with fixing a game. What's less optimization? But I doubt it's the developers. WB doesn't get enough rep as the awful publisher that it is. Who are you even playing? Indeed. I don't remember this part. Where was this last one? This part is awful. I need to become a horror game playtester.
Yes! That's it! Oh, it's beautiful. Perfect. Just like I always imagined. What is this? I don't understand. No. Stop it. Please. So close. This time, I almost had it. Ah!
What'd you say? A horror game tester. This game designer is a real serial killer, obviously. I found the developers, guys. They're only in the bad ending for some reason. I love that one. Oh no, another creepy person. Vocalist. That one is also creepy. Technically, they're all kind of creepy, but some of them are fun. This one is Hagrid. European Union Funds Specialist. Okay. This is the rest of the credits? Oh, well then. RIP indeed. The guide said to do this on your blind playthrough because it's the blind playthrough is the bad ending. Most likely. And that's where you can get that. That's why I went back to do it. I don't know what triggered this. It's opening that chest, I guess. Alright. That's it. Guys, it was fun. Boober theme. Because clearly that logo is boobs. Right? That's as obvious to you as it is to me. I'm sure. Boober team, thank you so much for the game. Hope you've learned a lot since this, because you need it. You're only remaking the best horror game of all time. No pressure. Did you see who else is tied to this game? No. Who? Was it in the credits that I missed? Asper, the ones who fucked the KOTOR remake? Oh. But that's here, right? Or on Silent Hill 2? A remake. This game. Oh, okay, well. Maybe they learned since then not to work with those guys. You saw the guy I was saying is like Shu's cousin, third removed, or whatever. Third cousin, seventh removed. Yeah. Who the fuck is that? That looked like Sony's Phil Spencer. I actually looked at the guy and was like, why does he remind me of Phil Spencer so much? What if Sony poached Phil Spencer's third cousin, seventh removed? Yeah, I see it. I see it. Top 10 anime betrayals for Phil Spencer's family. I don't know. This game brought my expectations down. We'll see. Anyway, guys, that's been Layers of Fear. I still want to play 2. We'll see if I play 2 or Don't Look Back. Oh, no. We'll see if I play 2 or the DLC tomorrow. But then I'm probably playing Alan Wake, because... Yeah. I mean, I bought Alan Wake this week because I want to play it, so... Yeah. Anyway, thank you for watching and hanging out. Have a good night. And don't forget to rewatch that clip of the doll just banging her head on the wall, because that's the funniest shit of all time. If you're ever feeling down, watch that clip. Goodbye, good night.